audio's working fine, hopefully. Hi, Cammy. Back from jail. I was given a guilty verdict by Von Zeeks or whatever his name was. Is this for burning down all those Costcos? Alright, we're starting... My hat? Well, it's not Halloween anymore. We're in November. I don't need the hat anymore. It was for Halloween. I mean, I can toggle it on and off if I want, but yeah, it's not Halloween, so... I need to figure something out for when Christmas comes around. But yeah, we're starting the second case day. I... Not really spoiled, but I did take like a little peek. Because I was pulling up the walkthrough in case I need it later, and... Let's just say I am a little surprised as to who dies. Like who the victim is. But we'll get into that now. I don't think continue will work. Oh no, it just starts off right from the beginning. Okay, Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Episode 2 resolved. Yes, okay, we're gonna start. Probably going to be another cutscene like they always do. Oh my god.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mist...
Hold on. I just noticed that I don't think my game captures like properly fitting the screen. Yeah, okay. She's a little too big. Give me a second. It's because when I was playing Doki Doki, it was like the aspect ratio was like a bit wonky. So now that I'm back to proper games, I need to fix it. I think that's good, right? Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, we will continue.
The mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived at as a visiting student of law. Is this game 1 or 2? This is 2. This is the second case of game 2. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Let me know if the game is like a little too loud. It's I'm looking at my OBS levels and it's kind of loud. I don't know why they didn't make it so that you could independently change the volume of music and stuff in the game. But I have to, maybe. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. Just drop it like 20%. Is that good? This music's bopping though. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Was that my stomach? God damn, what have I been eating? Without Susato here, there's nobody to take care of him. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Did you fart? Yeah, no, that was like a big fart brewing in my stomach. Why you sniff it? Must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Oh my god, is it that stinky you had to go?
Ah, Bruno, good. I was just about to call up too. The bacon's ready.
God, I haven't done Iris in so long, my brain's forgotten. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Oh, I forgot I changed his outfit. This feels so weird to look at. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Oh wow, it feels so weird to see him like this. I don't know if I like it. I think it's just because it doesn't like it looks nice, but like I'm so used to the other outfit. I am assuming I do return to Japan at some point, so I'm just gonna save over here. I'm gonna go quickly swap him back to his usual outfit. Poor Sholmes, he can join the same gang as Geralt now. What do you mean? His hair? Yeah, let me go special contents. And then I'm just gonna switch him back. I guess that's what he looks like when he's out. Like the mask is up on his head. So when he's casual, it's not on his head. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go back to usual Sholmes. Catch? I'm very bad at catching things. Oh, well, I caught it with my face. Is that good enough? All right, there we go. Ah! I don't know. It's just something. I think it's just because I'm biased towards the steampunk aesthetic. Ah, yes, I see. I wasn't expecting him to get so close. I'm very uncomfortable right now. He's so close to me. He's so close and I'm so uncomfortable. Well, if you wanted to throw something at him, Cammy, yep, there's... Dentist Sholmes? A little bit. Oh my god. Open wide. All the marble. Hello, Tokyo Town. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. I literally actually got jump scared. I wasn't expecting him to come so close. Okay, I'm gonna keep going because I can't keep looking at him like this. It makes me feel awkward. So that's it. Oh, thank God. He moved back. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has. And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you.
Hurley pulled your button off.
Oh, things are getting spicy. Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin to begin playing the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
All right then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, as published in Rand's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
I don't think anything different happens if I try to examine stuff, does it? Ah, yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut.
That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases.
Yes, so I've been led to believe, though personally I've never actually seen inside.
And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten.
What? Is there a beast in there or something? Wagahai is just waiting in there for me. When it gets to this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearths alight all day long, and I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space. Really, no use at all.
Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals, Hurley?
But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. An extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? A fan? I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Yes, of course. Brilliant. The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. So as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib. Is that a saying? I've never heard of it. These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Not quite, Mr. Naruhodo, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. They are souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories. Really? So, tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. Wonderful. Oh, I meant to, B. There we go. This violin that has a string snap. Ah, yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous?
Yes, it's the Stradivarius. Though I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Bruno.
Why didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbrokery among the forfeited articles. It clearly said Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Sherlock Sholmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow, it said so on the label. I think perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling. Maybe. Could just be a normal violin for all we know. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Miss Susada wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess.
Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves.
Oh, why not?
Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Yet Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement, right from the outset.
You make it sound like a meeting of great minds. The truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Oh, we don't take part in the little bullet hole. Oh, this thing is back. Well, I guess because the pawnbroker died. That machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember its name.
Hurley calls it his great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all.
That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. But how to interpret these results, that's the key. And I confess, I have no idea. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem. That might not help. Okay, I think it's just this side of the room we gotta look at again. Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle.
Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see. Especially if it's cut with a rounded top.
Oh really? And this garnet was blue, was it?
Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered.
Oh.
And so who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? And that's the real mystery of the case.
A proper Sherlock Sholmes conundrum, huh? I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day.
Well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice.
When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time.
Oh yes, and that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. And today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat.
That sounds ominous. Today's tea leaves you paralyzed. There are so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves.
Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry.
I wouldn't do something stupid like that. Not a child, you know.
Well, I wish I would say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids.
He drank a whole bottle of, like, metal? That's what alkaloids are they not? He what?
He said he was hungry.
Oh, be extra careful. That's such a Holmes thing to do, oh my god.
Well, I can type with my eyes shut, you know.
I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun.
Now that reminds me of the dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake.
That's incredible.
But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all.
I think you might just have fallen asleep on the job. Thank you for the head pat, Gammy. Alright, I think that's all we can look at here. So I guess time to talk. Converse. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
I guess she can't read handwriting, or I guess it's probably written in Japanese, if I'm honest. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume... No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man. Twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the moustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the moustache.
He didn't have 2 moustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess the details are a little hazy now. Very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was the startling news penned by Miss Usato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten, then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Usato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago. For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with the case of the haunted lodgings. Oh. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Usato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? It was very mean. That story must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan.
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? And the way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding.
Ellie, do you know what it's all about?
Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later.
How did he change so quick? He's Herlock Sholmes. I'm convinced the man isn't even human. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Sotsuki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. Why, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found them at last.
Iris, are they...
The notes about the case. That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I've no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Is this going to be like a flashback case? It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Sotsuki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Sotsuki-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. for joyous jubilation, was the man's reaction after the trial. But his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Wasn't he kicked out? Yeah, he was, it was because of that first trial he did where he got a not guilty verdict by using, like, fabricated evidence, basically, like false testimonies and all that. I'm pretty sure it was because of that. Also, this hospital, it's a lot more decked out since Sholmes was here. There's even an easel. Also, there's such a cute little rat in the corner. 21st of February, 5:30 a.m., St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. There you are, at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly... blah blah blah, I can't English. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. The epitome of, I get no sleep because of y'all, y'all ain't gonna get no sleep because of me. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now. So, the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Oh, she doesn't. She looks quite tiny. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Her name is... yes, here we are. Miss Green. You know what? Now that we're not in Japan anymore, I'm gonna go swap Susato's outfit. It's because I really wanted to see what she looked like in her disguise. And it was well worth it. She looked amazing. But now she's probably just gonna stay in her regular outfit, so I might as well switch her to her homemade dress. There we go. So cute. Alright, can we look at this rat? Hey! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. My 5-head in the way? What do you mean? Oh no! Oh, okay, hold on. There we go. Can you see it? It's so cute. Look at it. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. But yeah, such a cute mouse. I don't know if it has any relation, but... Okay, what else? What is this? This is some sort of statue, but what's it for? Oop! I have been egged! Unless you meant to do the mouse, but... I was gonna feed it. I ate it instead. I shall name him Sir Henry. That's a pretty good name for a mouse. But yeah, I have no idea why it's there. Maybe it's her pet rat, for all I know. I very much want, like, this statue looks like her figure, so I want to see what this is all about. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. He's been practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Oh, it's one of those! Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. So I guess she's an artist then, because there's an easel, but like the canvas has been like flopped onto the floor. Can we actually look at it? No, we can't. But it's like it's so conspicuous right there. Okay, who's this picture of? Now I stole the rat. What are you gonna do with the rat, Cammy? Eat it? Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh, who is this? Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know you had a sense of for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. No, I'm not that cruel. I'm gonna pet the rat. I had a time where I wanted pet rats. But then I learned they could only live for like, usually like 3 years, and I don't think I could handle that. Ah, yes. This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. Do not feed her after midnight. What is she, a gremlin? What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Oh, right. This is a time period, right? Where, like, people were, like, very much into, like, that hourglass figure because of, like, all the corsets and stuff. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Okay, her bag we can look at. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. The young maiden might have chocolates or biscuits or caramel. What? Oh, now you can see the rat properly. Yeah, there's like a second bed here. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worried that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. Oh, it would if you were hungry enough. I don't doubt that. Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so... He or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. Okay, I think I've looked at everything except talking to her. I accidentally clicked out of the game. Oops. Good morning. Hello, I'm, Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who...
No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you.
Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one?
No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and we wanted to come to give you our best wishes.
Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green.
She's so cute. Olive Green? No way. Olive, you're so stinking cute.
I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist.
I wanna squeeze her. The cute aggression.
Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Okay, about the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh, boo-boo, you're one of those people. Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. He's got you there. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Hello, Mayo. Thank you for the head bat. Including the maleficent Mr. Moustache. Inferior means. I suppose Sosuke-san does fit the bill. How was the cosplay, robbery, and extortion? Get anything good? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean trick-or-treating? Is that what you mean? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything really for Halloween besides watch a movie. I'm craving popcorn and hot chocolate right now, god damn it. But yeah, I didn't really do anything except maybe gorge myself on candy. Which reminds me, I need to go to the store sometime this week and see how much the discounted chocolate is. Maybe buy myself a whole bunch of Kit Kats, we'll see. But how was your Halloween, Bayo? What did you do? It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. Maybe she was visiting whoever was in that picture? What's this? She suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. One year I'm going to dress up as the professor of Slytherin. Oh. It doesn't seem like it would be too difficult to put together an outfit for that, would it? You would just basically need like, it's just a lot of black, right? And then you just gotta make sure you got black robes. That's pretty much it. I didn't do anything but plan for an emergency trip, which was resolved before I had to fly. Oh, that's good.
Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder!
Narrow fodder? Narrow fodder now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but...
Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy... It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg.
What? Oh! Mr. Natsume sent a message to me. I was so confused. I was like, who's a Mr. Nutmeg? People dress up as me for Halloween. Do they? You're not that scary, I don't think.
Well, why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Ow! Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Cursed are the people who can see the future and yet must respect the wishes of the idiots. Double cursed are the people with kind hearts who endeavor to clean up the mess of the idiots that didn't listen. Is this you referencing to yourself? Is this something happened? But yeah, sometimes like you can like that feeling of when you can foresee that things will go badly, but you just gotta like sit back and watch the world burn as people mess up. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That would be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Moustache's lodgings. Wait, what?
I'll hail a
Oh god, what is that?
I'll hail a fiacre at once.
What the heck is a fiacre? Is that just a vehicle? Is there a ye old car? What is that? That's what I was doing on Halloween. That sounds like a stressful Halloween. Oh, it's basically just a carriage. Okay. Okay. It was only yesterday that Sosuke-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there was a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive, or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Oh shit! Oh wow. This is fancy. What on earth?
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead.
Yeah, no shit he's dead, Susato. Welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wickle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Moustache. Oh! Not the horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you!
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Moustache. What can I do for you? Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes. Here they are, already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Okay. Who is this guy? Oi! I said hands off! You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know your kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Alright. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Ha! Mr. William Shamspeare, who was a lodger here. Not William Shamspeare. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. Bit of a dead loss, as it happens. Or just dead.
Mr. Shamspeare.
It was the landlord, old Mr. Garridim, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garridim got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garridim have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. Was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking? Really? Sosuke-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life, and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you send him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he?
Poor man.
How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. I bought 7 pounds of veggies. This is day 4 of eating veggies. I'll be slaving away in the kitchen. At least you're getting your veggies. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Is it snowing where you're at? No, not yet. I don't expect it to snow until December, but I don't know, it might prove me wrong there. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room was just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Okay, well, he's having a little bit of a mental breakdown, but we need to run the ads, so I'm gonna be running those. Those will be another 3 minutes. I might make myself some hot chocolate. I think I will. I'm very tempted to. It's just gonna be instant hot chocolate, so it's not gonna be amazing, but it's the best I've got, and I also have marshmallows, so see you guys in 3 minutes. Let me hit the options just in case I accidentally skip something. Time to bag myself, and then I will be back with hot chocolate.
Dishonor on you? Dishonor on your cow?
Oh, what have you guys been doing to me while I've been away? I haven't made hot chocolate in so long that I just microwaved a cup of milk and just dumped a bunch of powder in there, so we'll see how this goes. I probably made more than I should have. I used the biggest cup I could find for hot chocolate, and it's like this giant mug. But yeah, some of the powder hasn't fully dissolved yet, so I bet you got a bucket of hot chocolate. I mean, you're not that far off. It's like one of those big mugs, you know? But yeah. Oh, it's very hot. Normally, what I'll do is I use mostly water, and then I'll add a little bit of milk, but this time I just used all milk, so we'll see how this goes. I had marshmallows. Here they are. I hope they're not stale. I haven't eaten them in a while, so we'll see. Are they? I bought like a big bag of marshmallows because that's all they sold. Marble, this hot chocolate is hot. It is. Okay, these marshmallows are fine. I'm gonna dunk them in. But yeah, they did not smell. They did not smell. They did not sell small bags of marshmallows, so I had to like, what is this? This is like a kilogram of marshmallows. Like I can't even eat through all this many marshmallows. But now I just randomly have a kilogram of marshmallows in my room. I don't know how long it takes. I mean, I guess I could use them to make Rice Krispies. But yeah, other than that, I don't really have a use for marshmallows. Alright. Ah, it's delicious. Alright, where were we in the game? Let's play Chubby Bunny. I mean, I guess that's one way for me to use marshmallows. I feel like I won't be able to fit that many in my mouth. Don't take that out of context. Committed arson and now facing trial, and Marble is my attorney. Hate to say it, Cammy, but I think you put a bit too much faith in me. You're most likely going to prison. Even if I do play lawyer and detective games, I know nothing about being an actual lawyer. Someone clip that. I'm cooking but listening now. What's Chubby Bunny? Oh, Chubby Bunny? Oh my god, I'm bald. How could you? Thank you for the bald head pats, Red. Chubby Bunny was basically a challenge. I don't know where it originated from, but like it started popping up all over the internet. It was this challenge. Basically, you would put a marshmallow in your mouth and say Chubby Bunny. And you would keep doing that until you couldn't say it anymore. So the whole point of it was to like see how many marshmallows you could fit into your mouth while still being able to say Chubby Bunny. But yeah, I've never tried to do it. The hat's gone. I can bald head pat again. Yeah, sorry, you were bald blocked by the little paper bag. Anyways, William Shamspeare. Rest in peace, my birthday buddy. What's the matter with Soski-san now? Although, I find it very funny because that implies that everything he's written is like not going to happen. Like Othello, Romeo and Juliet, and all that stuff, like Midnight Summer's Dream, all that. Oh, or was it Midsummer Night's? I think it was Midsummer Night's Dream. God damn, I'm getting my Shakespeare titles mixed up a little bit. But yeah, funny that all that stuff is theoretically not going to happen now because he's dead. Or who knows, maybe they just have similar names and there actually is a William Shakespeare who is very much alive and going to write plays. I keep forgetting how good hot chocolate is. Ugh. Alright. It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. Was he your lover? Is that why you're so nervous, Soski? Did he ever invite me to his room? Never. No. On my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, Bayo, somebody clipped it, so there you go. When it comes to hot chocolate and marshmallows, do you guys prefer it when your marshmallows dissolve into the hot chocolate, or do you like to eat them before that happens? Because I'm contemplating letting them dissolve or eating them before it happens. When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there. Hey. Look at this man. Look at him. Sholmes is just like, right. Sholmes is so funny. I swear to God, like, the man is in the most random of places. This time he's on, like, some stage, posing. Like he's some sort of prop. What are you doing there, boo-boo? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. He's got a bigger head than I do. My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. Goddamn these big English words. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Ah! Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No! Don't mind me! Forget I was here! And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Huh? All right, Mr. Natsume. Why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Act 1. Oh, wow. I never got to see him up close, and now that I see him, I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting. I think miraculously, I put in just enough hot chocolate powder. Because it tastes pretty good to me. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Oh yeah, he's like frothing a little bit there. Film at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, it looks like a chunk of butter. 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. I also have no idea why there's soap on the table. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Not everybody's like you, Sholmes, okay? Not everybody will eat a bottle of alkaloid because they're hungry. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally I have greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Oh dear. Cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will react that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly the careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. The sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. This is like a loophole. How to get into heaven if you've sinned too much. Just eat a bar of soap and die. Your soul will be cleansed. They can't say anything when you walk up to the gates of heaven. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Or you can just do what normal people do, repent on your deathbed. Oh yes, that's a thing, isn't it? There's like a thing you can do like right before you die or whatever. To like repent or whatever, or like absolve yourself of like your sins and whatnot. I don't know. I'm not religious, so I don't know how any of that works. Happy birthday. Are you about to throw a cake at me? Because it's not my birthday for quite some time. Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. Have you guys ever eaten soap before? Like, I know it smells nice, but have I ever eaten soap? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever been compelled to eat soap, not even as a child. Yeah, no, I don't think I have. Yes. I'm just saying random things. It's your unbirthday? On purpose? I mean, I can understand trying it a little bit just to see what it tastes like. Because sometimes soap can smell really nice, so like liquid soap at least? I don't know. But like solid soap? I don't know, sometimes solid soap just, it looks so delicious. Have you not seen how like people have made soap? It just, I don't know, sometimes it just looks like forbidden food. Was a punishment in school? Oh. So they made you eat soap. I'm assuming if you said something bad? Because there's always that phrase, wash your mouth out with soap. I did it myself. Did you like it, Cammy? Is that why you did it many times? Because I'm assuming after the first time, you know, most people don't usually attempt another time willingly. It was hilarious. Girlfriend was doing dishes, didn't rinse the soap from the dishes enough. Oh my god. I think that happened the one time with like, but yeah, I think my mom was using scissors to cut up the garlic bread and I ate a slice and it tasted like soap and it was like, it was so bad. I didn't like anything. So why have you, why eat soap then if it's not tasty? My dishwasher does not rinse properly. Yeah, I always get so paranoid about like washing dishes with the soap because I don't want to taste soap. Taste it like shampoo. Well, then that implies that you've also eaten shampoo too. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. Of course you have, Sholmes. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. Oh, true? Who needs like a laxative colon cleansing when you can just eat soap? Why the heck does dish soap have scent? I don't know. I guess to make the experience of washing dishes more fun or more enjoyable. The scent is just chemicals we're gonna eat. That's true. Yeah, I know some of them aren't scented though. Same girlfriend that broke the dishes the first time she did the dishes with mom. Oh no. It seems like dishes were her enemy. You want food smelling like the sea. Remnant 2 DLC. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach. Yes, I believe it did. So he purposefully ate soap to make himself throw up or to shit himself. Because that's what cleansing the gut means normally. Normally people Sorry, I'm just thinking about that, like, what is it? That colon cleanse thing that people can buy, and it just, like, it makes you absolutely shit yourself. Want to hear a funny story? Sure. But yeah, I've yet to experience the uncontrollable urge to shit myself, and I hope I never do. It does not sound like fun. Although I guess that's what living with IBS is, isn't it? When I was a young child, I was hungry and my mom didn't want to feed me until my brothers woke up, so I ate a spring from a pen. Oh no, I hope it came out alright. But yeah, I know lots of people have stories about when they were a kid, like eating random objects, but I don't think that was ever a thing for me. I just never did that. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did.
There's something that troubles me as well, actually.
Oh? What's that?
It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense!
Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last.
I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it at an obtuse angle. That is a very accurate description of what he does, yes. I ate a lot of things I wasn't supposed to on purpose. Yeah, curiosity is a very powerful thing. Like a penny one time. I can't say I ever had the urge to eat coins. But yeah, I don't know, it was just never a thought for me to like look at something and be like, I wonder what this would taste like, or, you know. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do.
Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Like a penny one time, then got yelled at. Not my fault I didn't get therapy. I'm not quite sure. Well, I suppose there could be some correlation between that. But at first glance, it just seems like curiosity to me. Most people, especially when they're kids, just eat random objects. That just seems to be a thing that happens. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this why can I not say that word? Disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, one half of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish, like the victim's last supper? In fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Cut my life into pieces. Is that butter? No, that is soap. It very much looks like butter, but it is in fact soap. And that is why we were talking about eating soap. Let me reset my model. There we go. Yes. Pika, I think? Pika is in what? Oh dear, I think I accidentally skipped some text. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. I like how this implies that he ate half a bar of soap. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Let's see. I for the life of me cannot see why there would be a bar of soap on the table. Let me look at this. Pika, I do not understand. Because he was eating it? I'm hoping he wasn't eating the soap. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water. And he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp down. So he could gulp as much down as possible. Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. Man, I think I would be kind of upset if I died and people thought I was like a soap eater. Could you imagine? Like that's what people thought of you for the rest of like your undead life? Not undead, for your dead life. It was like, yeah, that's Timmy. He died because he ate soap. And that's just forever engraved on your headstone. Rest in peace, William. You learned that sometimes cleanliness... Oh my god! He learned that day that cleanliness was next to godliness. Because he ate soap and died. Ah! Pika is the compulsive eating of material that may or may not be foodstuff. The material is often consumed in large quantities without regard for nutritional consequences. The medical term comes from the Latin for magpie. Oh! That reminds me of all those like I don't know if it's TLC, but like, you know those like what was it? There was like that one show, My Strange Addiction. Those people who had like, yeah, I don't know, man. I think there was like that one lady who liked eating stuffing or cushions, like couch cushion stuffing. There was bleach, I know, for like that other lady. It was just, I don't know, people are into eating some weird stuff. Is that guy dead? Yeah, he is very much dead. He has been poisoned. I should be on that. Well, that's mostly, it shows me eating soap and shampoo. I feel like there must be some side effect, right, to eating large quantities of soap and shampoo. Because, like, all the chemicals and stuff. Alright, what else can we look at? Okay, we can look at the fork. I suppose you eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop. But then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear. I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used this fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we really ought to consider some other clues. Yes, there is. Falls on floor. Oh no! Well, there goes Cammy. It seems like I can only look at the teacup or the fork. And I don't think I have any other option to present something else because I can't look at anything else. I mean, there's his hat. No, it is nothing. The suspicious stain? I think I just have to show the teacup. That's my only option. That was not it. Here we have an empty teacup within arm's reach of the victim. Clearly, if poison was the cause of death, the possibility that it was administered in his drink can't be overlooked. My dear fellow, possibilities are endless. The question we are currently pondering is whether or not this vivacious-looking victim ate the soap. Ah. Until we have established that, I suggest you keep your possibilities to yourself. It looks like I was getting ahead of myself. Vivacious might not be the most appropriate term to describe a dead man, Mr. Sholmes. Maybe the soap is someone's calling card? Oh my god, could you imagine? Some soap on a plate and a fork in hand. Even so, surely you wouldn't try to eat soap no matter how hungry you were. I think I already went through this. Okay, what can I look at? Am I missing something? Like, what am I missing? Because I can't show the... Can I... Fork? Am I missing something? Can I look at the soap? It's just like, how am I... Oh, wait, is that something in the floorboard? No, I can't look at that either. I'm just very confused because I can't seem to look at anything else. Can I turn the table around this way? Can't turn it anymore. It's like either here or there. And am I just dumb? Grabs the rest of the soap, eats it. Ah! That makes me think of that one gif. I don't know where it's from. Can anybody tell me where it's from? It's like, you know that gif of that guy who like runs in, grabs something from somebody's hand, stuffs it in his face, chews, and then he like runs away. Where is that from? It's so funny. I don't know where it's from though. How often do you buy clothes? Not very often. Sometimes like every season I'll buy like a piece or two, but like normally I don't really buy new clothes that often. She just steals mine. I try not to. Monster House, it's a movie I used to watch. Oh, okay. Is it good? Should I watch it? I just know because of that one gif, and that one gif was hilarious. I can't be bothered like moving my screen back and forth. I'm gonna go look at the walkthrough really quickly because I'm stumped. Like, what is happening? Okay, course correction. Rotate the camera until you can see another piece of soap on the ground. Oh! Oh my god, here it is. I'm so fucking blind, guys. It's just, oh my god. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamsphere must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think there are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. There we go. I could be wearing stuff for half a decade. I'm still attached to my uni t-shirt that has a bunch of holes. They don't make that design anymore. At some co-workers, I think they must be spending a lot amount of their paychecks on clothes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just don't have the space to fit a whole bunch of clothes. So like, I prefer picking stuff that I know I would like wearing and then just keep wearing that. Because I honestly really don't have the space for like a big wardrobe. And I know some people like what? Probably like maybe donate clothes they don't need, but yeah. They must be tossing or donating them. Yeah. Hopefully donating though. But yeah, I just don't I'm also very lazy, so I prefer just picking stuff I know I'll like and then just keep wearing it. Because sometimes making decisions is like too much effort. Eats other piece of soap, dies. Cammy, you already died. How can you die again? I think you've like supposedly died like about 3 times by now. While I wear nearly a uniform to work, slightly different top, same jeans, a polo, and jacket.
Take that!
There we go, other piece of soap. Oh my god! I do have a little mouse on my shoulder. I don't think it's alive though, I think it's, I don't know. Maybe we'll see it move, I'm not sure. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. No! You wouldn't eat Henry, so why would you eat this one? But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. I mean, if you were stranded in the wilderness and all you had was soap, would you eat it? I mean, although I don't think it would do you any good. So probably not. Henry is a real rat. But this little mouse could be a real one too. Are you a pajama person or something else? You mean for like in the evenings? Or like when you're going to sleep? I don't know, I'm very much I cannot English. I like being comfortable, so I suppose I'm a pajama person. But yeah, I just like being comfortable and warm. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. That begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, the one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap must be smirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Okay, there we go. We have to go show the cup now. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? I mean, I don't need to say anything. Alright, I don't think I need to look at anything because if okay, I can't even rotate. No, I can rotate, okay. I think the dialogue will be the same no matter what I look at. I don't think Ow! I think the only thing I haven't looked at is the contents on the plate because it wouldn't let me. The contents of the plate is just the soap again, isn't it? Well, you know there's a saying in Japanese, don't you? If your food is poisoned, you might as well eat it, plate and all. Well, there's an image. All I can picture now is the victim first taking a bite of the soap and then the plate. The soap like some tofu and the plate like a giant rice cracker. Oh dear, it sounds like a very bland combination. Alright, we're just gonna present the teacup. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Looking at the soup makes me think of tempura for some reason. Oh, are you making soup? And I thought of a fish cake. Fish cake is nice. I like them. Time to boop the snoot. Thank you, Cammy. Cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Oh, I meant the soap. It is a strange yellow color. Eats teacup. I can't imagine. I mean, it would be very crunchy, but I don't think your insides would like eating ceramic. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when we heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for more clues. Also, I broke a glass cup with my teeth. Oh! You must have very strong teeth because I would be worried about breaking mine trying to do that. Okay, single teacup. Oh, he's holding one! Oh shit! Also his face. Can I zoom in? No. Okay. I don't know if it'll say anything different if I look at this single teacup. I gotta go. No problem. See you later, Cammy. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Make us some tempura. I don't think I've ever attempted to make it before, so I don't even know how that would go. But now you've got me craving it. Thank you for the head pat. See you, Cammy. It's empty. It's the only cup on the table. It would appear so, yes. And when you consider those facts, Mr. Sholmes' reasoning seems highly logical. But it's always the same with these deductions. The real truth is always buried a little deeper than the great detective suggests. Mr. Naruhodo, you seem very dubious of Mr. Sholmes all of a sudden. YouTube is a great teacher? Well, I don't doubt that. I just also have like, what is it? I don't know if it's irrational, but I do have like how do I describe? I don't like frying things because like when there's lots of hot oil, it makes me very nervous. That's why I don't like deep frying stuff. I don't mind shallow frying so much, but like deep frying stuff makes me very nervous. My hot chocolate's going cold. Oh. Mom has the same concerns. She used a tall pot. Yeah, I would too. The other reason I don't like deep frying stuff is just that it takes up so much oil. I mean, obviously because you're deep frying something, but yeah, like the amount of oil you have to use is just, it's just so much. And technically, depending on what you fry, you could reuse that oil, but I don't know, it just feels like so much oil. To fry egg rolls so it can't spatter on her, inside the pot was a basket, so she just lifts up the basket. Oh, you know what? That's smart. I don't have a basket. I just have to like, what is it? I think I have like some sort of like scoop thingy and just pray for my life. Alright, so clearly we're supposed to look at this other teacup. Oh, it's chipped. It's a teacup. And it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamspear was actually drinking. I keep like misreading his name in my brain as like Spam Spear. So I keep thinking of Spam. But if that's the case, you know what? I think it's because in 7 Days to Die, the spam is called Sham. So that's why like my brain keeps thinking about it. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up to now is turned on its head. Do you eat spam? I like spam. I think it's yummy. The only way I ever like it is if it's like fried on a pan. Like spam has to be crispy for me. Otherwise I don't really enjoy it as much as if it wasn't crispy. And have it at home. Yeah, we have like cans of it sitting in the pantry. My entire family are spam enjoyers. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel. Right, we gotta present this. So clearly, Sosuke was in the room. Natsume was in the room. Maybe what happened was like William took like a sip of his tea, like keeled over and died, and Natsume was like, "Oh no, what do I do?" And then he just ran away. I don't know. But then that wouldn't explain the locked door. It's cheap, long-lasting meat that doesn't need to be defrosted. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how it's probably not great for you, but yeah, it does last quite a while. It comes in a can, and it's really easy to just take out and like fry in the pan if you want some like quick meat to add to something. I sometimes just add it to my macaroni and cheese because like I want a little bit of meat. I think I could see it being pretty good for stir fry too. I know sometimes when my mom makes stir fry, she adds it. Oh god. I regret making so much hot chocolate. It's just a lot of hot chocolate. But I persevere. Maybe I should have added a little bit of salt. Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there are 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. Could you imagine though, you go over to somebody's for tea and they just have a fucking bar of soap on a plate? That's so funny. How much is a lot? I make a pint with double dose of the powder. I don't know how much liquid this cup holds, but it's like, it's a big mug. It's not like your regular cup. It's like, I don't know, it's like, I can't describe. But it's more than a cup. Like, maybe... Oh wow, there are fireworks going off still. It's like November. Why are they lighting fireworks? Anyways. Maybe 2 cups? Maybe a little bit less than 2 cups, but like somewhere around that. I would say around maybe 2 cups. A pint? I wouldn't know. I don't measure in pints. I only use beer mugs as cups. I mean, hey, the more your cup can hold, the less trips to the kitchen you have to go to for refills. At the very least, we can now say with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in the room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon? Is that how you say that, halcyon? Halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Alrighty. There's a candle we can look at for some strange reason. Even Mr. Shamspeare didn't eat candles, it seems. We've already established that he didn't eat soap either. Do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity? Good point. There goes my idea. Snuffed out like that candle will be. If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo, you're in danger of blowing out the flame. That was really random, but okay. Oh, glasses? No. Must be either the book or the bottle. Let's look at the bottle. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Father, Susato-san's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. Damn, she roasted you. Broken lock? Oh dear, the latch is most definitely broken, isn't it? The door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume, according to what Mr. Garrett had told the inspector. Who knew his short, thin little legs had so much strength in them? I'm not sure the length of his legs is in any way significant here. Perhaps this says more about the poor state of the door than about Mr. Natsume's strength, really. Careful, if he overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lively response. I don't know. Can this broken lock really tell us anything about who was here? Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes. Must be this pile of books. Must belong to, like, Sosuke. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read, The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and... Oh, those were the books he dropped, right? At that crime scene? A Meal for Gaboreau. I'm pretty sure I said that last name wrong, but whatever. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but... they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. I get to stay up a bit longer, yay? Well, that's good news, Cammy. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Sosuke-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Eats the books? No! Cammy, we need those books. We need them to prove who was here.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's linked to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop.
That's just a coincidence.
In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment.
No, never, not negotiable.
If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Hot eats books. I don't think it works like that. It makes me think of, like, you know, when people like completely eat something and there's like one other person and it was like, oh, sorry, did you want some of that? And then they like kind of uneat some of it and it's like, ugh. I like this transition. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. What is this little dance? Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. He's gonna go to jail? Someone get the camera? Yeah, caught in 4K, but I'm pretty sure he didn't do it. Well, we know he didn't do it, given the fact that this is technically already happened. We're like going back into the past. So this has already happened, so we know for a fact that he's not guilty. He looks very constipated. I think maybe he should try a little bit of soap to cleanse his colon. We have to run the ads now. So another 3 minutes. I'm probably gonna polish off this hot chocolate and then take a little bathroom break. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Yeah. Feel free to take a break as well. Oh man. Hot chocolate just isn't as nice when it's cold. Or maybe, I mean, I guess it depends on how you prepare it. Maybe some people like cold chocolate, but I don't know. Hot chocolate loses its, I don't know, it just loses something once it's cooled down. I don't feel good, puke soap out. Well, that was the whole point of eating soap, Gammy. At least according to Sholmes, anyway. Ugh. This last bit feels a little bit gritty. Alright, I'm gonna go put my cup away. We still have 2 minutes of ads. Let me pull up the menu in case I accidentally skip. And I will be back in 2-ish minutes. Oh, I made it back just in time. 15 seconds left. Probably in like half an hour, maybe not even half an hour, in a bit, I'm gonna feel the sugar crash. I'm gonna absolutely pass out. Alright, let's see. I got my jacket sleeves wet earlier. I think they've dried. No, the answer is no. Okay, I'm not gonna wear that yet. Welcome back from the ads. It is time for us to continue. Back to Tsosuke, who looks severely constipated, if I'm honest. It's only been 3 minutes, but there's already another Costco on fire, dear lord. They're really gonna need to up their insurance plans. He just sounds like he needs to go poop. Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. Would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes. Door, key, locked. Entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal. Who invited you, Gregson? Well, they found a dead body, so he was called in. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building, after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me! Steal Gregson's fish and chips. I don't know if you would want his fish and chips. He's been, he carries that around in his pocket. He, like, smushes it in there. I don't know. Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Moustache. Ah, you horrible headlock Sholmes. He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me. Please, I'm innocent. All right, I understand. I'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. Aww. Thank you. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Tsosuke-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Yeah, give me breakfast, Ryunosuke. Cammy, are you secretly Wagahai? Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. You know what? That sounds like such a bad move on his part. Like, really? He just left us here in the crime scene? When he was so angry about us touching stuff before? And he just left us here? Like, how does that make any sense? He's so bad at his job. Yes, that's right. And, of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrett, who discovered Mr. Shamsphere. Ah, Mr. John Garrett, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. I want a full English breakfast. I still haven't had a full English breakfast. Is it worth it? What is it? What is it actually? Is like Is it like sausages, eggs, like beans? Toast? I don't know. Like what constitutes a full English breakfast? I've never had one. I'll give you a list. Okay. I'm a cat. I would hope you would be, since your name has cat in it. Okay, well now we can touch stuff. What is this? Is this like something to do with like the gas system, the heating? And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. Huh, this is a gas meter, I think. Oh, it is! Okay. Maybe... No, I guess he still drank poison, but the thing... okay, we'll see what happens. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now that you pointed it out. Oh yeah, there's like a little coin slot there, isn't there? I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here? That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Bacon, sausages, eggs, black pudding, baked beans, tomatoes, mushrooms, toast, and fried bread. That is a long list. Sounds yummy though. I don't know about beans. I haven't had baked beans really. Alright, man's underpants are on display for everybody to see. How embarrassing. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe to the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. Now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. I'm waiting to look at him last. Beans? Are beans good? I've never really had the opportunity to eat beans. I don't know. I just have like this feeling that I might not like them because of a texture thing. I just realized your name is Marble? Really? I didn't know that. It's like anything. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady going-ons. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord. Oh god, I don't know how to say that. A daimyo or such like. I'm gonna butcher this so bad, aren't I? With a chonmage chop knot. Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. Oh, you look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword. Toss the slipper? Oh no! If cooked well, then it's yummy. But then if it's not cooked well, it's disgusting. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? I mean, that would basically be, ouchie, isn't it? Okay, it doesn't seem like I can... Oh, what's this on the floor, actually? What's this? Looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Oh, goodness. I am being bombarded. Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. You better take this just in case. Okay. Okay. What else is there? I mean, I suppose we could look at the stage. There's still no window.
As we've seen from the outside, the window's completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property. It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh!
What is it, Miss Susato?
If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose.
Oh! There's more soap? Ah, yes. It looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it? I wonder. Being the lodger renting this room.
Ah, yes, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it.
What, outside? I guess we'll have to go outside to look at it? Or no, just look at it again.
Ooh, it's so cold outside, you can feel it through the gap.
It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps?
It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window?
I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that.
Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all.
Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap.
Ah.
Do you see? In the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but
some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain.
Looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand.
Expensive? What's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Maybe there's secretly cocaine in it, I don't know. Okay, we haven't looked at this stage. I mean, did he put on performances here?
This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it?
Where does the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances. Okay, wait. So Shakespeare is a thing, then. So this is just a bootleg Shakespeare, Shamspeare. So Shakespeare does in fact exist. But it's not this guy.
Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office.
What?
And then you could practice your art every single day.
God, could you imagine objecting to nothing? To like thin air? I'll think about it. If you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge.
Well, if that would help you achieve your goal.
That means Sherlock Holmes exists. Yeah, that must mean that Sherlock Holmes exists. But then again, Sherlock Holmes doesn't actually exist. I don't know. We'll have to see. It could mean that there's an actual Sherlock Holmes here instead of Sherlock Sholmes. This I have to see. I do want to see a Susato in a beard and like gavel. Okay, I think the only thing I haven't looked at is him. Oh no, there's the wardrobe over here. Well, not wardrobe, but this shelf.
There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and a bottle. And both of them are cracked.
Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter?
Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Oh, because of his glass and wine? Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. I want to see that interaction. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. You suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder... Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Which means Susato has been looking extensively on how to pray for the dead, the British way. I think that's funny. I don't think there's anything else for me to look at. I think I've looked at everything, which means we need to move now. New location's been added, nice. Oh. I think it's starting to rain. Anyways, Briar Robe, the Garretib's room, or prison. Let's go to the Garretib's room. Here we go again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Garretib's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget.
Ah, you chaps, eh?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garretib as anyone, really.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garretib.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about the dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room.
Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Oh shit, he's standing up. Hey. Well, first I'm gonna look around your room. I like how they... Well, I mean, I suppose it would have been expensive to replace maybe, but like the fact that there's just a screen. We know what this... Oh my god, I can't English. We know what that screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day.
Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now.
Oh dear. This must be a very difficult situation for you.
I'll say, we will talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half, a rotten show all around.
He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. I mean, his wife/maid is gone. Although it seems like he's fine cleaning up after himself from what it seemed like in the credits. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated here as well.
Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know.
Oh. Time has stood still. Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's see. These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast.
Reminds me of the Battle of Maywan, don't you know?
Ah, experiences of a seasoned veteran.
Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for, the whole bally company. We were taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives.
Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually.
Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for.
That's not what the lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. There is a good view over the wintry East End from up here. It's an oppressively gray scene. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. In the pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes, Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign culture seems strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel on arriving in Japan and seeing people with the Chanmage chapna. Well, that's a good point. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garrido.
Ah, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs.
An art student who used to rent the room downstairs. That's the... Oh man, that must be the guy in the picture that Olive has. Okay, my assumption is, I don't know what her relation is to that man, but she knows him. And I'm assuming he's the reason why she wants to be an artist. So he used to live here. She probably came here looking for him, but he's not here anymore, so. Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong.
Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return.
Oh, I see. So, you did, presumably.
I bally well did not.
Oh.
A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh?
And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. Damn. Good to see Mr. Garrett's Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads, for distinguished participation, if you remember. Yes, I remember. Because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that.
Wouldn't know it to look at me now, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know.
Devil-may-care? What did you get up to?
Well, all in the past now, of course, and best left there.
Best not. I want to know now. Ah, yes. Those enormous motor shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them in the barracks, Mr. Garrido?
Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing, firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me.
I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it?
Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private.
Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies in his finest moments? Okay, can we look at the fireplace? No. Okay, there's his uniform. Oh, the sugar crash. That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garrido?
Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not an active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the whole thing if you wanted it.
Well, it might suit Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Miss Susato. Very tactful indeed. There's a single apron drying on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo. That's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you.
Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again.
Is there a war going on that I don't know about? The song reminds me so much of the Don't Starve menu music. It really does sound quite a bit like it, doesn't it? Oh, a copy of Rant's magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful?
Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous.
That's genuine public opinion for you, Mrs. Sato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard, personally. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from. Yeah, if you say anything bad about Sholmes, Susato will come and kick your ass. I think I've looked at everything. Oh, but I didn't mean to click on that window. I guess that's it. Alright, we're gonna talk to him. This morning's incident. Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened.
Well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door.
Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning.
Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Everyone here is so suspicious. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shamspear took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose.
So hard to choose which category Sosuke-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude.
He was doing research as well.
Research? Into what?
Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays of old Bard myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Romeo and Hamlet? Oh. Wait. Why do I kind of want to read this now? Juliet who? What was her name? Ophelia? Was it Ophelia? Oh no, I think I'm getting the names wrong. I feel like it's Ophelia, right? I gotta fact check myself real quick. Yeah, it is Ophelia. Okay, Juliet who? Ophelia who? No, I only know Romeo and Hamlet. That sounds like... Do you think he'd be upset if somebody wrote that? No, I think if you did it well enough, he would enjoy it. Romeo and Hamlet. Somebody get on that. That sounds like an... Has anyone actually written that? Give me a second. I feel like that's such a good fanfic opportunity. Nothing pops up, so maybe it's just not well known, but like, I think it would be funny if somebody wrote a Romeo and Hamlet thing. I don't know which plot you would, maybe you would intertwine the plots, but you would basically replace maybe like Juliet with Hamlet or something like that.
Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated.
I aspire to be like him. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there?
Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Shakespeare would have had much in common.
Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that.
Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude.
Okay, yesterday's events. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time.
Mr. Garrett noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose.
Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shakespeare got back. The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything all right, Miss Susato?
Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you're up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean.
Ah!
That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it?
I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants, why would I?
Then how did you know, Mr. Garrett?
It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything.
The gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I more or less worked that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly, but at the same time, lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
What? They dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it?
Yes, of course. Because everything's connected to a single supply pipe.
Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out. They barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's always also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they grow brighter than the rest of the house.
Ah, right. I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You've got it.
Oh, of course. Because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrett. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh well, nothing to it really.
I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrett is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Right, I don't think I can ask him anything more. Let's go look at the road. There's nobody here. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. And there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. The Garrett household, Mr. Natsume's lodgings, are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it collapsed in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? Isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Sosuke-san has such a hunched back. Okay, can we look at the soap? With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garrett live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows the property had. In order to pay less tax, the poor members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodations. It all seems rather pointless, don't you, when you put it like that? Okay, well, I can't look at the bar of soap for whatever reason. I don't think there's really much to look at. No, not really. Why has somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? London's blanketed in fog again today. and the sky is covered in cloud. If you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the crystal tower being built. This crystal tower. The crystal tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition. It's to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the great exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are most determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, I think I've looked at everything here, really. Yep, let's go and move to the prison. Oh, is he not here? Where am I supposed to go? Hospital? Okay, well, she's not here. Will we ever learn who's supposed to be in that hospital bed? Maybe. Maybe if we go back to the suite. Not even then. Okay, well, there's Iris typing away. Sholmes is nowhere. We can talk to Iris, though. Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea.
A blend bird from the right would be good for you, Bruno.
Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Yeah, I could not multitask like she can. If I've remembered correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. And to think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had a go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow. That made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Ugh, now I've made Susato-san angry as well. Okay, where else am I supposed to go? Because I think I've looked everywhere. Does that mean I just have to go present something to Gyarados? Man, I'm feeling so sleepy right now. Let us try... I think we have to crack a Gyarados somehow. Because he's supposed to, he's supposedly hiding something from us. But I'm not sure what I'm supposed to show him. Maybe if I show him the soap? Mr. Gyarados, could I show you this?
In quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you.
Some other time, then. Nearby street map. secondhand book receipt. The rest of the envelope cannot be located. A repeat the... You have to go back to the room? I didn't see anything though. I'm very stuck and I am too tired to deal with this. What does the wiki say? Okay, I'm supposed to look at the teacups or whatever. There we go. Huh, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamster and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any. Don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So one was Mr. Shamspear's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Sosuke-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Who is this? Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Yeah, that's him. Inspector Gregson, but back so soon.
After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cornered off by the yard.
Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure. We should probably go and...
What?
What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah!
Ouch! Ouch! Reef Candle! Life's but a walking shadow! A poor player! That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how sounded the next part?
It is a tale, told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Indeed! Oh, happy days! Walking Dead? No way! What the fuck just happened?
Ah! The fella isn't dead at all.
What was that nonsense he was saying though? God, which one was that? Out, brief candle. Is that Hamlet? I don't remember which one it's from. Is that one Hamlet? I have to Google this. The thing is, like, all my Shakespeare quotes are just mixed into my brain. Like, I can't... Out, brief candle. Which one was that? It's either... I always get Hamlet and Macbeth mixed up. It's Macbeth. Okay, it is Macbeth. Okay. Because I always get Macbeth and Hamlet quotes mixed up. But yeah, it is Macbeth. Makes sense, though. It does sound like a Macbeth line. If a cat girl says meow, what does the cowgirl say? I don't know. Moo, I suppose? I think in my excitement, I accidentally smudged my glasses, so... it's not so bad. Rest in peace, though. I hope I don't notice that smudge. Yippee-ki-yay! Well, you won't catch me saying that. What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think
Yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. Oh, they do tell you.
I don't think Marble's seen Die Hard. Is that a movie? Never heard of it.
A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. This is so interesting. So he's not dead. So it's just like Olive. Because Olive was not dead. So this guy is also not dead, so...
Whatever do you think will happen now?
Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life.
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder?
Could you imagine if he took poison himself just to feel what it would be like to die? You know? Because you know how actors will I don't know, it just feels like an acting method. Consuming poison that will make you feel like you've died, to know what it is like to die, to then emulate that into your performance. That sounds like a thing. That sounds like a thing I would believe he would do. Method acting, yeah, that's what it's called.
Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? Now I can't hear What's This without hearing that song from Nightmare Before Christmas. What's this? What's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! Damn, he disappeared. He just ran off.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
I do too, but I don't remember. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
A good idea.
I love the sound the accordion makes. I do desperately wish I could play the accordion, but I feel like it'd be a little bit too complicated for me. It's you got the keys and then you gotta time the little movement. I don't know. I mean, it takes practice, yes, but I don't know if I could do it. Plus, accordions are expensive. There he is, brooding in his little corner again.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, yes? Oh, what is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes.
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolical detections, they're not of this world. They've left me. Oh, cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Oh, that sort of hurts.
Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! No. I'm stuck in this cell, suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, that selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspear was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. And I believe that he's alive, of course. What was it? There was that, because there was that poison from, Romeo and Juliet, right? Where, like, they took a poison that was supposed to only make you look like you were dead, and then you would, like, eventually wake up. I don't know if that has any correlation to this. Our lively debate last night was much fun. It'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? I'm not saying another word! I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with this accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at 9:30, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garrett said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. Oh, you know what? That does make you think though, doesn't it? Oh wow, why is my head turning like that? That's fine. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger one? If I'm honest, I feel like Juliet was probably the more stable of the two. I don't know, it's been so long since I've read it, but I feel like Juliet would be the stronger one. I don't know, I would have to reread again, but who knows? I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspear's tea. No! No!
Never! Not at all! Team Juliet won! That was me! And when I left his room, yay, Team Juliet! That's who I picked! Hell yeah! I feel so validated. The flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it categorically. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Also, we have to run the ads now, so once again, another 3 minutes. And we'll probably very soon after this get into the trial. And I don't know how long that's going to be, but we'll see. So I will see you guys in 3 minutes. I think thankfully I have overpowered my sugar crash. It is gone now. I'm not feeling so sleepy anymore. Because I was like reading with my eyes half open. I was about to pass out, but yeah, hell yeah, Team Juliet. Because like, I get that Romeo was in love, but literally, I don't remember. Does he? I don't think, did he know that Juliet was, I can't remember. Did he know that Juliet was gonna fake her death? I don't remember. Well, since we're at an ad break, I can go Google. It's been so long. Like, I literally probably read Romeo and Juliet in like the first few years of high school, so it's been a while. Cause what was it? Cause wasn't it that Juliet takes this like little potion thing that's supposed to make her look dead? And like when she doesn't wake up in time, Romeo's like, oh no, what will I do without you? And then he like drinks poison or something like that. And then Juliet wakes up, finds that he's dead, and then like stabs herself or whatever. Or did he stab himself? I don't know. Somebody stabs themselves. I need to go. I forget. Okay, let me go look at Spark Notes. Spark Notes. Oh. Oh, wait. No, he doesn't know. He thinks she's actually dead, right? Wait, no. Yeah, so Romeo poisons himself. And then I'm pretty sure Juliet stabs herself. Yeah. So Romeo poisons himself, and then Juliet stabs herself. Pretty sure. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Quoth the Raven nevermore. Yeah, so I did remember correctly somewhat. Yeah. So as in terms of who is stronger, honestly, I would go with Juliet. Like, Romeo's like a little... Did you ever watch the modern take on Romeo and Juliet? They did make a movie of that, didn't they? As far as modern take, I don't think so. Did someone do like a modern rewrite? Oh, the Leonardo DiCaprio? So, I think, oh god, I freaked out there, didn't I? I think I might have seen a few clips, but I don't really remember. So I'm gonna go with no, because it's like, I search into the far recesses of my memory and I cannot find any recollection of what happens. Because I know they did make a movie with him in it, but as for how it goes, I don't remember. The one with guns? Because that version's hilarious. Wait, what? There's a Romeo and Juliet with guns? No way. Okay, I gotta watch that. Perfect time for ads. Sorry. Hello, Biavo. Wait, so they have guns in them. Oh, hold on. I gotta Google this. They have guns. The guns are called daggers, so they shoot themselves. Hold on. So it's modernized, but it's still like, there's still like, what is it? Shakespeare's famous play is updated to the hip modern suburb of Verona, still retaining its original dialogue. So people, it's like modern day, but people are still speaking in like Shakespearean. That's funny as hell. I hope that's what it is, because that would be so out of place and so funny. I watched the movie to write my exam on it. Like, I think, I don't remember. I think for class they tried to show it, but I think there might have been some issues. But okay, yeah, I need to watch this. There's guns. Okay, I clearly did not watch this because I would remember, because the guns look funny as hell. What is this? Do you think William Shakespeare would enjoy this modern take? I don't know, man. Okay, well that's on my to-watch list then. Oh my goodness. Yes, he would. I mean, he probably would like it. But yeah, oh man. I suppose I would just have to like pirate it. The movie, most likely. Because here's my issue. I do want to do like watch-alongs. But the thing is like I'm not subscribed to anything, so I don't have any like proper means of like getting a film or like a show. So there's always the possibility that whatever I watch is going to be out of sync with what other people have. So that's always been my main concern. But you know what? Maybe I should just try it anyway and see what happens. Do it on Discord. Probably. That would be one reason to use the Discord, huh? Maybe. You know what? I will go look at my calendar and pick a day. And maybe that can be the day I watch Romeo and Juliet in the Discord. Yes. Modern take, son and daughter of the Blood and Crips King. Is that what it is? I think it could be a true story. There's an anime about it. Two rival gangs and lovers. Oh my god, that reminds me. There's a manga series for the Shakespeare plays. Did you guys know that? They like some of the Shakespeare plays have been turned into mangas. I remember seeing it. I never read it. I wish I had, but like I remember seeing them in the library and I thought it was funny as hell. Like, how do they adapt that? I kind of want to read it now. Oh my god, okay. I like how this has just gone off into a tangent about, like, Shakespeare now. I need to read this. Do you think they have it online somewhere? Ow, why am I being bunked? Okay, surely somewhere someone has, like, a scan of it online. Right? Like, it has to be on something like, I don't know, Kiss Manga? Just remember that watching it on VLC is jank as fuck. Yeah, I would have to figure out a way. I need to figure out a workaround around that issue. That could be an idea for a school play. Pancake and Waffle Gang, star-crossed lovers. I could see that. I could see that. I would pay to see it. I think it would be funny. And then what? Death by maple syrup or something like that? Damn, why is it so difficult to find the manga of like all the Shakespeare stuff? But yeah, I feel like I don't know. The thing is, because it's plays, the dialogues can be really heavy. Like, sometimes there's a soliloquy, and like, how do you translate that into a manga? It would be just like such a huge panel of dialogue. Anyways, before I get even more distracted, we should go and continue the game. Fake maple syrup? Maybe red maple syrup? I don't know. Pineapple on pizza, a modern day tragedy. A love story by Shakespeare. Oh my god, we got team pineapple on pizza and then team no pineapple on pizza. And suddenly we have a party from each group falling in love with each other. And maybe there's some sort of like pizza making competition. I don't fucking know. Why I'm so tempted to write that now. It sounds like such like, what is it? It gives very shitpost energy and I want to see it exist. I want to see it. Are you in the waffle gang or pancake gang? The thing is, I haven't really had too many waffles. Like, the closest thing I've really had to a waffle was like an Eggo waffle, and those are just frozen waffles, so I can't really like make any judgment. But waffles do look better than pancakes because they got the little normally they have the little grooves, and I feel like that's just so much more potential to hold syrup and stuff. But yeah, I one day want to eat big waffles with like berries and cream. Waffles are better than pancakes, crispy edges. I don't have a waffle maker. Every time I see one of those mini waffle makers, I'm tempted to get one because you can get them in like different shapes. I know for Halloween they were like selling a pumpkin one. What I find very unfortunate is like, I don't know why they don't design it so that you can interchange the plate. Because if you want a different shape waffle, you have to buy another waffle maker. So I don't know. I feel like that's a missed business opportunity. Just sell one waffle maker and then you can interchange the plates that people can buy. Anyways, I'm off on a tangent again. You can get those, but they're shite. I know, yeah. The only ones I've seen are like, what is it, Dash or whatever? It's like, I don't know. I see them at the local store. It's like this like mini waffle maker brand. Anyways, I keep going off on tangents. We need to go to trial. We need to go and defend Sosuke. Waffle irons are cheap. Also, Black Friday sales. That's true. But the thing is, I feel like if I buy one, I'm not gonna like use it enough. Focus. I can't. Okay. Okay, right. Room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh. 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 Because my theory was that whoever, the guy that lived there before, because we were told it was an artist, was like, Olive knew that guy. So to learn that he died there, well, there goes my happy ending. Waffle and Pancake Gang, Star-Crossed Lovers, and Iambic Pentameter. I don't know why, but I struggled so hard with Iambic Pentameter, like trying to differentiate the stressed, unstressed. Like, I was so bad at it. Because the teacher would go over an example of like the stress and unstress, and I'd be like, how does this make sense? Ow, okay. I focus. My brain. Hold on, I'm accidentally skipping. I have no idea how you're going to make it smutty. There was no intention to make it smutty, but now that you've done that, okay. Now all I can think about is them slapping batter. I don't know. No! He coated her with his maple syrup glaze. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead, and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I'm glad you're amused, Peo. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. That's so real, though. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. No! She scraped the dry, crusty batter off her waffle iron. Now that we've talked so much about it, it has to become a thing now. Oh my god. Just another shitpost that will live in my brain rent-free. Brave or blinkered? After I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. I'm pretty sure that's just his cat sitting on his face, but, you know. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shakespeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Phew. Susato-san knows how to make the men listen. Of course. lord of the manor is worried about the curse on my room as well.
You mean Mr. Garrett?
Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place.
Perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps in his tenants' movements.
Wow, something is up with Streamlabs.
You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shakespeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come round and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. I do hope you're right.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson.
I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. On that note, I have some good news and some bad news.
Don't tell me he died after all. Oh.
Which do you want first?
Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle.
Right, well, in that case, the good news it is.
Huh?
Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way.
Then why did you ask my preference?
As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, was just unconscious. It's come round now.
Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave the somber cell.
Oops, I didn't mean to click on the history. Sorry, no. That's not on the cards.
What? Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean...
I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume.
Ah!
By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked caitiff, Zersky Natsume.
No!
Oh, this is Ryunosuke. No! So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations.
No! I'm bored enough to play Honkai. I like Genshin and Honkai, but like I just can't commit to the time that's required for a free-to-play to like get anywhere in the game. And so, once again, Sosuke-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted, or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Man, feels bad. Literally the day after he was like found not guilty of like one crime, he is immediately arrested for another. Save my progress? Yes. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, good morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Pikatoba Esquires! What's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Usato. Now what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barrick Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks? Oh! Oh no, oh no, no! Every time I hear the organ, I just Phantom of the Opera plays in my head. Because I hear one organ note and I hear da 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 da. Anyways, the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sosuke-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. The man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Oh, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits, and now by the Reaper. Petrifying perils, potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. I put up a clip of the modern retelling of Romeo and Juliet with guns seen in Discord. I'll go look at it in the next ad break. Oh, I don't know, it just... The concept just sounds so amusing. Like, what is it? It's like Pride and Prejudice with zombies, which, by the way, I have not seen. I've not seen Pride and Prejudice with zombies. But it's just, I don't know, it's just when you add a twist, it just sounds so amusing. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent, you have to believe me. You, more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. No! I love that insult. Do you bite your thumb at me, sir? I do bite my thumb at you. That's probably for the best. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire, well said. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free, with honor. Oh, yes. I remember one of the fun exercises when I first learned about Shakespeare was like, the teacher had this like exercise sheet where you could basically make your own Shakespearean insults, and it was hilarious. Oh, I think I see some new witnesses, mayhaps? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Okay, we got Batman here in the corner. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Oh, he looks so cute. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. He did say he was, betrayed. I hope we get to learn by who, though. Like, I want to hear his villain origin story. Why does he hate Japanese people so much? It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sosuke-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Okay. I was just looking behind me at the dogs.
Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before.
I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
I've never seen this lady before. She's gonna be important. She's related to the case.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. May the Lord show us all the light here and lead us flock to a righteous verdict.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random. Or at least, that's the idea. 6 citizens of London chosen at random in a pool of like 12, maybe. I'm trying to figure out if there's one of these jurors that has been there for every trial. I don't think so, but this man is a very strong contender.
The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today.
Oh, okay, so they... Okay. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Mr. Sholmes!
I don't think I've ever seen Sholmes. Oh, is it Gregson? Oh, yeah, there's Gregson. The day I see Sholmes on the witness stand.
Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Sosuke Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. That's because it was yesterday.
The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. I don't know why, but my nose is so terribly stuffy.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrett household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine.
Wow, I didn't stutter saying strychnine? Like, I would... Pat on the back to me. Do you ever have that? Like, I barely know that word. I just saw it for like 0.5 seconds and I said it right the first time. Even if I said it wrong, don't correct me. Let me believe I said it right. Strychnine, tomato, tomato.
Now,
It's not too late.
he was suspected the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Bonk? Why'd you bonk my head?
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. Man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord, and I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
His hair looks like corn. Sorry. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes, yes! As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witness. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. I need to go reset my thing real quick. There we go. Conclusive. Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Oh, wait. Okay. Your model behaves oddly since you changed stuff. Probably because I changed some of the tracking layers. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out later. What if the soap had the strychnine in it? I float too much? Probably because my range of motion is really high. I did turn it up. Hold on. Because what if the Ooh. Oh wow, I can really break my neck, can I? I need to figure out what that is. Oh no, that's webcam tracking. I didn't change anything. Hold on, give me. But yeah, what if the cup had the poison in it? And what if wow, why is my okay, yeah, I need to figure out why that's doing that. Anyways, what if the soap had the poison in it? And what if yeah, what if the soap had the poison in it and he washed the cup, and so there was strychnine but would that be no, that wouldn't be enough to kill him. I don't know if that was the whole point, but like, what if the poison was in the soap? He washed the cup and there was some leftover soap in the cup. And then so when he drank the tea, that's how he got the poison. But then again, that would mean that that would also mean that Natsume would have been potentially poisoned. So I don't know. Oh my goodness. Hello, Metal Ghost. I hope your, what is it today? I hope your Wednesday's going. Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you for announcing your presence with the cheese cannon. What are you playing? Star Ocean: The Second Story. I haven't heard of that game. What is it about? Did you have a good stream? But yeah, The Second Story art. I've never heard of it. Is it a good game? Or maybe you haven't played enough of it to form a opinion. I struggle with English. Yes, it is. What's it about? Is it, I don't know. I can't make any assumptions based off of the title about what it could be. It's a remake of one of my favorite JRPGs. Okay, because if I had to guess, I was going to guess it was some sort of RPG.
I don't think I played too many RPGs. Mostly because it's not really, I don't dislike it, but turn-based battle is not really my thing. It has 87 endings? Oh my goodness. Are you gonna attempt to get all of them? Star Ocean's almost as old as Final Fantasy. Really? So it's been going on for a while. I love it. Maybe I should look into it. Probably won't play, but it wouldn't hurt to look at what it's about. But yes, welcome in. We are on the second case of the second game. And so nobody died, but someone almost died. So right now we're defending against attempted murder. Victim in question is William Shakespeare. Not Shakespeare, but Shakespeare. That guy. Oh my god, his portrait. I've never looked at it. I've never looked at his portrait before, but this is hilarious. Oh my goodness. The second ace, nice, yes. They're all very interesting and not taking turns. Do you mean the, I'm assuming you're talking about the Star Ocean series. Is it, does it have just as many games as a Final Fantasy? How many games are in the series? I'm assuming if it's that old, that it must have many games, unless they only made a few and then stopped. About 8-ish? Oh, okay. But yes. Oh, I can't believe I never looked at his portrait. This is hilarious. He does look very flamboyant, doesn't he? But where were we? I think we were talking about the poison, yes, in the court.
The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question.
He looks like the Joker card. He actually does, doesn't he? He's very much got that Joker-shaped face. I can't unsee it now. He does. He has the face shape. I can't unsee it now. God damn it! I hate it. I hate it. I can't unsee it. But now, yeah, I can't. I'm never gonna be able to look at him the same way. Final Fantasy games take place in different world universes, whereas Star Ocean is all the same universe. Oh, okay.
Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good grief. I don't know why, but I am filled with so much air right now. Goodness me. Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Sosuke-san is innocent, then why? Why is the victim accused him? Maybe he doesn't know who poisoned him and he thought it was the tea too. That's possible. Oh my god, my brain is so big. Well, not that big. I kind of want to see how funny it would look if my head was like disgustingly large. Because theoretically, I could change the parameters and have it so that my brain could be absolutely ginormous before it pops. Oh yeah, any commands that are related to redeems are meant for the mods to use so they don't have to spend points. Otherwise, you would have to spend points to make them happen. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you said to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The
public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. I have to be able to test them, but that doesn't mean I can't abuse them. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never. The public pump was frozen, you say? Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. That's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Yeah, I don't remember how many big brains it takes to pop my head, but at some point my brain becomes too large. The knowledge is too much for my small brain to contain, and so I just evaporate. 5? Oh yeah, I think it was around 5, wasn't it? Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses. These witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. Smacking me with the slipper. For me, my childhood, I feared the clothes hanger. Never the slipper, but the clothes hanger. That was what it was for me.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord. Okay, catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. You know, one theory I had about the poisoning was that like the gas system was faulty maybe, and he like got poisoned that way. But if they found strychnine, I don't think that's possible in gas, so had to have like eaten it or consumed it somehow. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
But then, I guess that brings the question of how? I mean, I guess he could have slipped it into his cup, but like, because you have to think about, wouldn't there have been a possibility that like Sosuke or like Natsume would have accidentally poisoned himself as well if he wasn't careful? Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that?
Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why?
It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
I mean, it did look like he could have ate something. I mean, he had a fork, so... I mean, I don't know about the soap. I'm still very confused about what the soap was doing there. But, like, he was holding a fork. He had to have eaten something.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear.
Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend.
What?
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity.
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers. Oh, was it at me? I didn't see that last bit of the sentence. Yep, at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Okay, we're just gonna press on everything.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
No, we weren't friends. Not at all, not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed. When is next break? In about 10 minutes from now. Which couldn't come any sooner because I kind of have to pee. And then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature.
Excuse me? It is nearly time for nearly midnight snack. It kinda is, yeah. I'm quite full, so I will not be having one. Like, I think that I'm still full from that hot chocolate, like, my goodness. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume.
It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not 2, not any, not at all. Never, ever.
Could you imagine being, like, rejected in the Natsume way? Like, I will never, ever go out with you. Damn, that rejection would hurt so bad. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Ouch, yeah. If you had to be rejected in that fashion, like, I would just sink into the ground, let the earth swallow me into the abyss.
Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? You know, I did buy a book that, I don't know if it's like a complete collection of most of Shakespeare's works, but I do have a book with like a whole bunch of his plays. I don't know where it is now, but like, I meant to read it. And then I didn't.
Shakespeare? Ah, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
And for anyone wondering, Team Juliet won, so hell yeah.
Romeo and Juliet.
Who was stronger?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly than a reenactment. So we battled it out.
in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest. Wait, they dressed up? So, when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? Wait. So that means that oh God, what's his name? William was dressed up as Romeo, and Natsume was Juliet. Yes! They dressed up, made out, then fought. Like literally, that's what I was thinking about. Accidentally skipped. Fuck. He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. Perfectly timed. Yeah, oh my god. Let's face it, if anybody had to go against this guy, you would easily win. You would easily overpower him. I would put my money on Natsume over this guy. Or I guess his name is Sosuke, yeah. Sosuke over this guy. On top of him. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. Don't worry, Judge, I'm imagining it for you.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. Okay, yeah, now we have the ad break in 5 minutes. I might run it a little bit earlier because I don't think my bladder can take it. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness? Okay, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? Because the thing is, they both had the tea, so like he would have been affected too, unless he somehow. I just remembered I played Mercutio in high school. Mercutio, I don't know. I never had any I didn't have any plays in high school. Like the closest thing I got was like when we had to like read out lines from the play aloud in like English class, but that was about it. Okay, I don't think I can hold it in. I'm just gonna run the ads now because I do desperately need to pee, my goodness. So I'm gonna run the ad. It was just in class reading. I was Mercutio. Oh, okay. But yeah, I think there was like a mute. I am gonna mute. I always mute. God damn it. Why do you have to? I think the one time I was reading, I was Hamlet. And I put my heart and soul into it. And it's so funny when like there's multiple characters, right? And you're putting your whole chest into it, and then there's other people who just don't match your energy, and it's just so funny. Anyway, see you guys in 3 minutes. I'm off to the bathroom. And then if there's extra time, maybe I can figure out why my tracking is really funky. Okay, I'm back. We still got 2 minutes. I do think it was because I had like soup and then like that big hot chocolate, and that's probably why I really had to pee. Anyways, tracking. I'm probably not going to be able to figure out in these 2 minutes, but like there's something funky going on and I haven't figured out what it is. Because when I tilt my head, it turns it instead, and so it has to be one of my graphs maybe. Actually, let me see. Don't forget the clip, it's quite enjoyable. Oh yes, that too. You know what, let's go look at that clip, because I don't think I will figure out my tracking. Petrol station scene? Okay. Let's see. What is this? Okay. Literally biting his thumb. I'm going to say that the next time I'm on the street and have a disagreement. Do you quarrel, sir? I can't believe they made this into a freaking movie. This is like, it's so weird. Like, you can't tell me that these two rival gangs are calling each other sir. I mean, maybe it's believable, but it just sounds so funny. Oh my god, Benvolio. Sword 9mm series. This movie looks like a fever dream. I can't believe I haven't seen this before. Prince of Cats, Juliet's cousin. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, I definitely need to watch this modern Romeo and Juliet then. It's just so, I don't know. It's just so weird. 'Cause you don't expect like gangsters or whatever to like start spitting out Shakespearean rhymes. There's such a weird disconnect that my brain can't comprehend. Remember in the books, the Prince of the City commanded peace in the city because there's been so many fights and deaths, so they're being civil. Oh yeah, I do kind of remember that. Alright. Back to the game. Where was I? Ah, right, we were talking about the tea. That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. Well, wasn't there a drop on the table? Like there was a little mark. Well, I guess, I don't know, I guess that wouldn't have worked. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it.
Landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
And how is the landlord able to attest to this?
Said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector?
When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right. My tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
I think my tracking app is actually broken. Okay, strychnine takes some time to have effect. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation.
Oh, I think I messed up asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. Oh, that fixed everything. See, sometimes it's just the tracking app that's janky, goddammit. And here I was messing with my settings for nothing. Sometimes you really do just gotta turn stuff off and turn it back on again. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful.
30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left.
Can't deny that. But the thing is, the landlord attested that, is attested the right word? Mr. Garrett said that, the guy went to bed at, no, never mind. Because I was saying that if he turned the gas off at like 1 in the morning, then, you know, then he must have been alive, right, to turn the gas off. But the thing is, if you put in a coin, then the gas is good for 2 hours. So theoretically, if you put a coin in at around 11, it would have automatically shut off at 1 a.m. So that theory kind of also falls flat on its face. And it further degrades Sosuke-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells out really, the accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Okay. You know what? I don't think I've examined any evidence yet, so I should do that quickly.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Great. So actually, let me examine my evidence first. Secondhand book receipt, we already got that. Nearby street map, sure. Okay, we didn't look at this though. I don't know if we can. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Oh shit, you can tell that? Miss Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. That's fun. Okay. So supposedly whoever ripped this is right-handed. I don't know. Bar of oh, I wanted to see what... There was a thingy in here. Where did it go? Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? Oh shit! Maybe we gotta go find it. Because that's what I was looking forward to, because there was like that weird disc, and now we don't know what it is. Alright, pair of teacups. Okay, they're both chipped. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, like the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down, too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Okay, so it either means he gulped it down or he didn't drink any, which could be used against him. This must be the cup that Mr. Shakespeare was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. I guess that's the only thing about these cups. Can't look at anything else. I guess that's it. Okay, there's the crime scene photograph. We can't really look at... Oh! What is this mysterious stain on the floor? Do you think that's a gas leak? I don't know what that is. I didn't notice that before. What the heck? Maybe it dried. Wait! Cause you know how... Cause I thought this man just dressed like this. Okay, maybe he does. No shame in that. But do you think this is his Romeo costume? Cause like, I would believe that. I would believe that this is his Romeo costume. Cause this very well could be. Or he just dresses like this, which I would also believe. Okay, we got the medical report. William Shakespeare, 31. Cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Okay, so that means he was poisoned at 1 a.m. if the poisoning happened at around 1:30. Because he says, what was it? It takes 30 minutes for the symptoms to appear. Like, I don't think, because he left at 11. I don't think the poison could have delayed itself for like 2 hours. So maybe that is what our defense is. Oh, never mind. He never said how long. He said it takes some time. I could have sworn he said 30 minutes though. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Let us press. The argument still stands, you say?
This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so there was poison in it. The victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent.
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea.
He said up to 30 minutes.
And as long as you did that, Mr. Shakespeare could have locked the door after you'd gone.
But no! We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger. That came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot. Oh my god. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could state a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison in the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yes. Okay. I'm wondering if it's something where we have to press something and then press it again, and then something happens. Never mind, I'm supposed to present the... Oh, I didn't mean to press! Never mind. But yes, my thinking was right in which I'm supposed to present the medical report, because if it takes at most 30 minutes for the effects of the poison to happen, then if he left at 11, there was no way he was poisoned at 1:30. I wish there was a way to skip this, but alas. Alright. Let's present it on this. Here you go. Your own evidence against you. The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector.
Come again.
I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here.
What? What are you on about?
According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11.
Ah!
Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Ah! I like how they were both in sync. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zieks? He's just gonna say the explanation as it's so simple. Is he gonna throw it?
Pray forgive the discourtesy, my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon.
Luncheon?
How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
Phantom?
Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
In my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks?
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom.
Oh my god, is it him coming in?
Pray, forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage? What carriage?
It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived.
Out! Out! Brave candle! Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and that is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Who, sir? William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? He's got a scepter and everything? No way. I think he literally has a jester on his scepter.
Prosecution, blah blah blah. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness? Very well, Counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. I think it's his eyebrow. It's just his facial expression that, like, puts me off. Happy am I. I accidentally hit the thingy. Because I was so, Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Who's this guy?
All right, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've got a glimpse of that man before.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth.
The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. With a great part to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare. So Shakespeare's dead, clearly.
Oh, the name's Meter Man. Edwin B. Meter Man. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office.
Maybe he wants to kill him, I don't know. I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word?
Ah!
Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garrett's house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips? That's Romeo and Juliet, isn't it?
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the juror's mind, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that Mesa Seraph, an angel indeed.
Is it actually?
M-E-S-A. Oh my god, I think it does rearrange to... Oh! I thought they were doing it just to make a bootleg Shakespeare, but no, it actually does, it does go to, Mesa Seraph. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. He is an actor. They're actually taking the seraph anagram idea seriously? Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean.
Oh, what? Me? Well, now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meter Man?
Hang on. I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. I hate Shakespeare so much. He's so annoying. Okay, we're gonna save here and call it a night. Because what is it? We are approaching midnight. And I want to get some decent sleep because I have to wake up early. I also need to double check an assignment I handed in. I just need to double check that it's working properly. I wrote like a little bit of code and I just need to double check because there's some stuff I didn't test. So I just need to check that the code doesn't panic when stuff happens. So that is saved. Okay, is there anybody
streaming right now. Not really. Maybe there's somebody who is playing Great Ace Attorney. Okay, there's like 3 other people playing this game. That is fine. I think this person is ahead of me in terms of story. What about this person? Unless you guys have someone to suggest to raid. Otherwise, I could always just call it a night here. Okay, I think this person is behind me. Are you looking for somebody, Shiro? I can't think of anyone other than Ian. I mean, I guess we could. You know what? Why not? She's playing Cult of the Lamb right now, I think, right? Alright. I'll just start the raid. But yes, thank you everybody who stopped by tonight. Tonight was, my god, so much Shakespeare. I have been, yeah, I don't know, my brain's not working, but yeah, next stream is tomorrow, later today, technically for some of you, I don't know. But that's gonna be Witcher again, which I think we need to get out of that like little fairy tale land and progress with the story. Other than that, Sunday again with more Little Nightmares. Hopefully we finish it. And then if, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna finish it, but then hopefully the next week, maybe a drinking stream. We'll see. I don't know. I'm a lightweight, so we'll see how that goes. Maybe if I'm drunk, I won't be as scared, but I feel like that's not the case. But yes. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, and I will see you next time. Whenever I see you, I can lift myself out of here. But yeah, I'll see you guys at the raid.